Morning, chat. Gotta wait for. I need to fix the drops thing, I think. I don't have a Mirage thumbnail, so I'll have to get Tyler to do that for me eventually. I just have. Did I just have like a generic Passive Exile one? Figure that out in a second, actually. Yo, what's up, Marshall? I don't really have a thumbnail for this, so I need to work with Tyler to get that done. Let's go with this. We'll put this on this. We'll do this. Let's go. Stand out of the way. All right. Let me. I need to set up. I put the drops thing in my title, but then I remember now I didn't update the drops thing to be the current drop information. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, like it doesn't even work right now. I have to let me set that up real quick, and then I'll stand. Um. I can't access the website. Excalibro. Oh shit! Dropping it early. You know, I was looking at some Warframe stuff a little bit ago. I was actually playing Warframe, and I was in the middle of a circuit, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's 12." I was like, "Alt F4." I was like, "I just can't do it. I have to get back." So figure that out later. Let me go to the Discord. I guess the Discord should have the drop information link. All right. All right. The drops thing should work now. Marshall question mark. And let me go to the YouTube side of things to make sure. I don't have a drops one on that side. So I probably will just need to reboot because they don't get drops over there. So I need to reboot from the title. All right, we're gonna do standing, and then we'll talk a little bit about stuff. This was not this. This came off a little bit ago. Someone posted this in Discord. What's this, Fez? Which is really cool map thing because I do frequently take breaks between maps to like talk to people or whatever. And I'm like, oh, is this map completed? And I hop in and I'm like, oh, it is. So small, very minor quality life change. We also can do while we wait for the live stream, we can do a bingo card. Excalibur, if you never played Path of Exile and you're here to kind of learn a little bit about it, feel free to ask questions as much as you want. Won't be talking as much during the reveal, maybe during the question and A part as much, but or a lot, but not during the actual reveal, other than just the comments between segments. All right, got our thing live here, but it's like an hour away, and there's an ad playing, so. Yeah, sometimes like, especially back when the day when whisper trades were a thing, I would go out to do trades and then lose track of what I was doing. But we have this patch note right here. I would show more, but oh, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna say of things that we've gotten teased so far. These are the different little teasers, and then eventually, this is where we'll be spamming to find out the patch notes as soon. Why is POE2 at the top? You know, it always bothers me. We'll be spamming this eventually after the live stream, I assume, as usual. Triple nerf, the new fun skill connector slot. I can imagine it takes a nerf. I don't think, or I can imagine it also being kind of whatever. Like it's cool and a lot of people used it, but I don't think it was to the point of like being absolutely busted. So I could see it going either way. I imagine it doesn't, you know, they don't triple nerf it or anything, but who knows? We have a short list as well, part of our document of keywords to search afterwards. If we come up with anything else that I want to search, let me know. But Wintertide, obviously, we have a Wintertide guide, so that's important for us. Golem, because it hits two things. You know, the golems that we also did. I just lose sound. Did my stream stop? Did I disconnect? No? Okay. Well, I am unmuted though. Golem because it helps with the elementalist part, but it also helps with if I want to go a Golemancer minion build. Shield throw because two shield spells that I'm interested in playing. Tornado for Tornado of Elemental Turbulence. That'll hit both of those. Elementalist just for the generic Elementalist changes. Specters because Specters is the idea to have, and Evolve Cold or Cold Snap, which can see if any Cold Snap changes happen. If it doesn't, it'll be hype on the meta of this league. Yeah, maybe. I've actually seen, so obviously, from this point forward is when we will see the most amount of players looking for details. A lot of people will usually wait until this stream to just kind of like really dive in to see kind of what builds they want to do and stuff like that. But this last previous week, I've actually seen a crazy amount of minion players, and a lot of actually just minion players. Actually, like a lot of minion players on Reddit, which I can show a little bit right here. You have occasionally something like this, like, oh, weird stuff, and some farming strategy stuff, but like Guardian SRS, hey Ranger, zombies, chains of that was it. I was trying to think of the minion. I was like, specifically, some one minion I see it a lot. I see a shit ton of chains of command, so I'm interested to see if that actually happens. Falling zombies, chains of command again. So a lot of people are interested in prior to the patch, interested in the minion stuff. So we'll kind of see if that actually shapes up to be anything, but it's more than likely just minion players being impatient, and the rest of the players are kind of just holding their dicks until later. We want a bingo card. I don't remember how I drew this exactly last time, so B I N G O. Oh, I guess I could have put a box first. That would have been a lot smarter. Bingo. And Bingo was his name. And then B I N G O. Honestly, chat, not bad. Not too shabby. Yeah, he definitely says on Mark Ribbits. Oopsie. They move it over. What's the select tool look like in this thing? When the live stream starts, I'll probably go chat only here and watch to the main thing directly. You don't want to hear my voice? That's fine. That's fine. I get it. No, that's fine. What are our hopes and dreams? So we have a Mirage. Is there any kind of change? This is a very far pipe dream, so I'll put it in the corner over here. Ellie Turb, Beto, Buff. Buff melee? Melee, buff. Bum, bum, bum. Do we think there's going to be any ascendancy reworks with this? What would they? So they just reworked Assassin, even though it's kind of like questionable, whatever. Maybe they should rework Sabo. Occultist could use a touch. I mean, it's okay, but it's very kind of whatever. Inquisitor's kind of falling off a good bit. They hinted at least one. Oh, do we know which one it is already? Because maybe I missed that. Or do they just say, "Hey, we have one rework," or do they say which one it is? Because give us Raider back. No, I don't think that's the. I think Warden is cooler than Raider, but I do think Warden needs some other attention. Like, for instance, having tinctures apply to shield skills would be cool instead of just bows. Oh, Sion rework. Yeah, that's fair. We can't. I'm not gonna put Sion on there because we already know that that's probably happening. Juggernaut there's Juggernaut, Chieftain, and Berserker. Honestly, the weird thing is right now is that while some could use like some attention, like maybe a little bit touch ups here and there, there's no one ascendancy that I'm like, this is just like the worst ascendancy. Like they all have kind of like their niche markets now, and like their niche is like expanded a little bit. It's not like before where like Gladiator was just untouchable by most people. Um, Assassin was also not lovable kind of thing. So people will point at Cultist and be like, it needs some attention, but like at the same time, Cultist is played like a lot already. Guardian is the least used, which is also crazy to me because I love a lot of the Guardian stuff, even though I don't play in that area often. Like I think the extra auras is really cool. I think the extra reservation is very cool. I think the ability to like, remove curses and elemental ailments that every force against is pretty sweet. The shrine thing is a little bit weird. It could be usable work. We'll put Guardian up here. Guardian and what else? Guardian. Well, I'll say Cultist. I was taking a look at POE Ninja. See what the least played for keepers was on week. Let's say week 1. I don't want to do overall. Guardian Sabo. Sabo actually makes more sense to me because Sabo they did rework it somewhat recently, but it was still not good enough. I think it still has struggles to find identity. I think Champion is 2%. Like both Guardian and Sabo on week 1 were below 1%. Everything else is 2% or above, which I think is fine. And here you can look at it a little bit. You can see Sabo and Guardian are definitely the forgotten children. Like these are, you could argue, are like a little bit small as well, but obviously not struggling as much as these were. And if we go to latest snapshot, it picks up a little bit, but Guardian still stays in the shitter the entire time. These are showing on here randomly in keepers, which is funny as hell. 0% of people play Wild Speaker. Smile. Is there anything that I think should be nerfed? Because I don't want to put only buff league because that's not going to be it. Kinetic Blast was played a lot, but is it worth nerfing anything about it down? Or like Kinetic skills in general? Use one more node to make it for Bleed Bow. I mean, not really anymore, right? You can use Bloodlines, which makes up for Gladiator not necessarily needing it. I mean, what Bloodline would I use off the top of my head? Honestly, one thing I'm interested in is if they're keeping Bloodlines around, which they should be, what happens to Breach Lord? We don't have graphs anymore, so they have that third node they have to rework, right? I'm just to see what happens to that third node that was all graph focused. What Bloodline works? Nothing? It's gotta be something, right? Extra ring slot. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, generically, this isn't bad. What's up, Tyler? Obviously, you don't do elemental stuff. I'm interested to see what happens to this node, though, because obviously we don't have graphs anymore, so I'm interested to see how they do to this. This is all minion stuff, so this isn't going to work for it. This is Vol-related stuff. I mean, technically, you could utilize this as far as like a defensive measure goes if you go full into corrupted items. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily the best thing to do. Again, a defensive thing if you don't care about your jewels, which that's kind of weird if you don't. The minion stuff would work for like action speed slows and stuff, so you could technically do like a Wild Will thing. Give yourself some attack speed, some action speed can't be reduced kind of thing, or like, you know, increase damage, regenerate life, can't be stunned, that kind of stuff. We already went over the extra ring slot, which everyone can utilize technically. You do use rage. Would you utilize wild savagery? Increase physical damage, action speed, ignore physical damage reduction, can't be stunned. The ignore physical damage reduction doesn't work with a Fizz Dot, but the increased physical damage should, right? And the action speed's nice, the can't be stunned's nice. So Wild Bear's not bad. I'm not even gonna look at this one. Bleeding Knight aren't great at the moment. I mean, that's just any dot that's not necessarily poison. I mean, I wouldn't even put Ignite. I would put Ignite as like the second best dot right now, followed by Bleed and Cold, with poison being the best by like a long shot. Did I miss a dot? There's no lightning dot other than, you know, the Devil of Death. I don't think I missed a dot. Regular Fizz dot could use some attention because I honestly think they should just rework it to where Bleed and Fizz dot are like the same thing. I think it's kind of strange to have a Fizz dot and then also a Bleed that is a Fizz dot, but it kind of thing. It makes it to where you're splitting the pool up of affixes a lot. Tyler, what do you want to put on the bingo card? This is what it looks like for week 1 of Keepers League. Pretty balanced, as far as I would say. Like I said, maybe they try to rebalance this, but I honestly think this was only up as high because it got reworked, and then also because like 6 out of 10 streamers were playing a kinetic skill. I think that while it is strong, I don't think it's like nerfable strong, right? It's just like a flavor of the month kind of thing. All right, chaos that's technically a thing. Because chaos dot's different than poison. Go to the card currently. Here you go. In fact, while we're sitting here, I'll put this on a different screen over here. Or actually, is there a website? The website does show it. Okay, maybe I'll just do that, and we'll make a little screen capture thing so y'all can see the timer cooking down. People are like, "Oh my god!" Oh my god. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Alright, so we got this. Or move it down here first. And then we're gonna go ahead and go to transform, I think it was. Top left. Alright, we're gonna do experiments chat. Because too much. Playing the right number. Alright. I put too many numbers. Alright. Alright. The top actually, oh, I want it to be a little bit higher. That's too many. That's too low. That's too much. There we go. How's it look, chat? I'm gonna obviously move it around and resize it probably, but does it look decent? Looks good? Okay, thank you. Actually, we'll look it up here. It's fine. It can stay at the top. Okay. This is our current card here. King's March adjustment. Like a nerf or a buff or a rework? Adjustment's a bit of a strange one. I was like, I'm just trying to win points. Something in the patch note will have some changes in it. Jot that down. All right. We already know one new gem. Let's say +5 new skills. We already got one, so we just need 4 more. My favorite classic new trans gems. Because honestly, they haven't really been adding as many trans gems. I thought they would be more interested in adding more trans gems, and they haven't really. Do we think the Atlas rework / like second part of the story will be this season? I think they would probably tease it a lot sooner if it was, right? Like the next part of the expansion is going to happening. So I don't think it's going to be the next part of the story. Do we think it's going to be a mapping league? Deathlog's Copium? That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Um, what else would I like to see? Wazda? Sure, I'll put Wazda down. They talked about it before. I don't think it's going to be in, but Talked about campaign improvements. They won't reveal what it is in the thing though, like the secret rooms. So I don't want to guess like what's in the secret rooms. Like, oh, since that one has tattoos, maybe this one over here has like rune graphs or something like that. I don't want to guesswork that because they said they only reveal the one, and the rest we have to figure out ourselves already. Shortened to 6x. Smile. Honestly, if the side rework happens and let's say they keep Ascendant and they just add Scavenger, there's gonna be some interesting combinations with Permission Flame Jewels. Obviously, it's not really an issue for us in Private League. We're hardcore grinders, but like for other people in trade and whatnot. I would love that, but I don't think it's gonna happen. This thing. I wouldn't say currency items necessarily, though. Yeah, I think I would understand what you're saying, but the way you said it, I think is not right. I just woke up. Me too. I also wake up. Wait, do you not work? It's like noon. Um, Honestly, in this, if they do the adjustment, I hope that for King's March they actually just remove you having to hire people. I think they're removing the hiring people thing and just having uh to pay like a certain amount of fee or whatever based on like what you're actually doing is probably fine or something like that. I mean, I can put on Elementalist nerfed because I think that'll happen. So I'll put that down somewhere. Ground loot, yeah, people keep talking about ground loot stuff, so that's gonna happen. But I mean, it's a free people. Put it on. We need space. Yeah, clean up my keyboard and stuff, chat. I would love for there to be changes to like specters and stuff, so I can actually feel like using them without the stress of things getting deleted. I'll put down Flicker Strike nerf just to watch all the Flicker Bros cry. Sorry, I'm just like cleaning up my desk while we're sitting here. Why? All right, copium takes. New chase item. So, something that's really hot in the league, so like, Mage Blood esque kind of a thing, or for a while there was like Hate Forge, that kind of a thing was really popular at one point or another. But something that's like rare but super, super good that is like a new item, unique. I'll put unique. do we think there's going to be any changes to bloodlines? Like, so we talked about how, I mean, not necessarily just changes, but like, I mean, like a different bloodline kind of thing. Like, do we think they're going to add another bloodline in, or do we think they're only going to keep the 10 that they have and adjust them? Hydrate, thank you, Abby. True. Thanks for reminding me to mute that during the live stream. I don't know why I didn't play that time. Maybe because you're spamming it, it doesn't allow it. There it goes. Classic. Um, hello. Oh, it's a Cali kitty. There it is. Y'all see her spinning on the chair? It's also wondering about my feet. Hey, Calico. Hi, Calico. He's just a baby, chat. Um, do. What else? We have 25 minutes. We have like mathematics amount number. 9 to fill. People are talking about Devil May Cry stuff, looks like. Okay. Warframe crossover? What would that even look like? What would that even look like? I got one. Which is exactly like Monkey Paw. So they talk about how Wish is in here. So I imagine there's some kind of Wish mechanic in the league where it's like gins or something like that. So like a Monkey Paw esque kind of thing. I'll be need something real quick. Hey, Callie. Hey, other Callie now. Leaving you. Goodbye forever. Nope. Nope. I don't want your nuggets. Yeah. Abby's doing like a crybaby thing, but very exaggerated. She's doing it like this with like her whole arms. Do we think they'll ever bring back Navari and like prophecies? Should have anything to do with Mariketh? Who dat? You see her. Well, you don't see her in POE2 because you have never beat Act 4. But she's in POE2, and she used to be in POE1. There was this whole prophecy mechanic where you would pay silver coins to get a prophecy, and then when you complete that prophecy, you get XYZ item kind of thing. It was mostly ignored by the time that I started playing. Like I literally just would not play the mechanic because it was weird. But there were certain things that came specifically from that people would do it for. But Navari is like the Eye of Hinakora or whatever kind of thing. Like she's the lady that talks to Hinakora. She's technically undead and all that. Incursion QL buff. POE2 temples coming in. And I should have single tier. I mean, I like the temple in the POE2. It wasn't that bad. I realize these are two on the same one. That's whatever. Because I can back up a little bit. What would be? Are we missing any kind of new bases for certain items? Like maybe new base belts? I'll put new bases. Do we think that the change to suppress last league was felt and it was too much? Or do we think that it's fine the way it is and stuff? Trickster definitely ate a big chunk of the nerf and lost a lot of his player base. But that could also just be because people were trying new stuff. We'll put Marshall talked about it earlier, and that made a good point. Like some of the other dots that are not poison specific are use a little love. So we'll hope for that as well. Ah, almost tripped my thing. Mod nerfs? Actually, I'll take part of that. I would love for them to just rework in general the map mod pool, even on T like 16s and regular like maps and stuff. I think some of the stuff is just a little more punishing than it necessarily needs to be. Like, obviously, if they could, they realize how much of a mistake Reflect was, and I know they talk about it being a pain in the ass to remove because they have to change a bunch of stuff. But I would love for them to just remove Reflect and get it out of the game. I would love for them to even do it, even if it makes some things kind of like dead at the current moment. Like, oh, I can still roll reduced Reflect on this thing. Catch it next time. Get it next patch, or patch it in, later on in the league or something like that. Like, if it ends up breaking something to the point where it's like obviously horrible, then put someone on it kind of thing. But I think getting rid of like Reflect would be huge. But honestly, even like the altars, I think the blue altars are just a little too punishing. I understand the upside is that you will maybe sometimes randomly see a divine altar, but like it bricks so many builds. Like, because there's so many things where it's like, oh, you do less damage, less crit because per power charge, you have less defenses per endurance charge, all that kind of stuff. Like that just completely like destroys people from like clicking stuff. I would actually just love to see altars reworked in general. I think, but I think that might come with the more of the in-game. I mean, it's supposed to be the in-game rework, but I don't know if it's going to be the in-game patch. Because I think that the in-game patch probably gonna be whatever one is the next Zana patch for the finishing the expansion story. Also, I started to watch some of the PoE lore stuff. I only got to Hack 2 so far, so I have a lot to catch up on. But a kitten forgot their full name. But their videos are actually pretty good for anyone who wants to watch Kitchen 1 POE lore. I'll put one down for here for Marshall. Attack totems, something Marshall asked about at one point, but not necessarily like make it to where they don't provide a buff to like the player. Just he wants to use attack totems. I think some people I've also talked about that. Maybe we see a resurgence of that. This is another Marshall favorite. To come back. I don't see a good reason for Toda to come back, and it's unless they decide to like remove King's March or something like that, or make it because like a lot of stuff that was in Trial of the Ancestors that stayed core just went to Settlers. Like maybe if they were doing like another league around the Cavalry, potentially, but they're doing Marrakech league, which is not really a trial kind of thing, you know. Let's say it's a mapping league. Someone that's for it before, and we have one spot left. Then we can talk about like random stuff for the next 15 minutes. Oh, we already kind of know this, but I've said it my last bingo card or my last idea. This is currency bloat removal. So essentially, just we have too many currencies that we don't necessarily need to exist, like the engineering orb, that kind of stuff. I would love to like just clear up some of the clutter of things that like people either don't use or make them more usable or make them more frequent to where usable kind of thing. So like if they want to keep engineering orbs, that's totally fine. Maybe make them drop more than like once they drop about as much as like a an exalt at this point. So and make them like more easily usable. All right. But this is kind of cool. Map portal show completed in towns and hideouts. That's pretty sweet. Little patch that they threw in there as they lead into the supporter packs. And we obviously have the teasers that happened with the currency exchange and all that kind of stuff in there. I mean, if you want to use these links, let me know. Other than that, we're kind of just sitting on a commercial break for 14 minutes. Smile. Why is it suck it? Okay, now it's counting down. We'll remove off the other thing and we'll kind of just hang out here. Tech Marines, what is that? Actually, I'm going to restart this just to make sure that I'm not like super behind on anything.
Sub Club members can get
which
any
means,
foot
of course,
for just
another ad.
$6.99. Every irresistible sub is packed with tons of crispy,
Warhammer stuff, right?
And you
Makes
can plus it up with
Steel yourselves, brothers, for steel is clean, cold, and free of doubt. For the glory of the chapter and the Omnicide.
Oh, for 15 video game, got it.
Great bread, great meats, great sauce, great deal. Use this code in the app to get your $6.99 footlong.
I don't know. I just need more from the game than what they currently offer in like all the Warhammer esque games. Like, there's some cool fantasy there, but like, just I need more. Like, I need a reason to play constantly. Right now, it's like, oh, I finish the mission. I have like a couple things I can unlock that are kind of whatever. All right, moving on. And it's not like you can play like for instance Space Marine 2. It's obviously Space Marine 2, so it's about Space Marines. But there's not like a drastic difference between Space Marines, at least in this game, kind of thing. But I don't feel like there's any purpose to like unlock a lot of the stuff other than just I have a different gun now. It's cool though, for like a visit every once in a while. But I wish they just did more. Like honestly, like I said, if they ever did like a Warframe version of the game or a Helldivers version of the universe, I'd probably play it a lot more. What's up, Kazi? Kazi said, "Boss, I'm sick. Specifically at 1 o'clock. I'm so sick." We've been sitting for a movie yet? Oh, we've been sitting for like honestly almost an hour. Right, we've been here for 30 minutes. Alright, chat. We got 10 minutes for the live stream. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. That way I don't have to worry about running the live stream. And then we'll talk a bit more for the talking tribes. Yay! Son of a... I don't have ad block, smile. Moving down. Figure out the bingo card? Yes! I'll post it in the chat, actually. For people. Let me just... Here we go. Put it in the POE1 general chat. We're also moving to sit down time. Don't forget your drops. What's with my drop? What am I moving for my drops? Did I lose something? Can I hear you over the vibrating, I imagine? Or, like, in general? I need to clean up my desk a little bit. They have a lot of shit on here. Can you not hear me at all, or was it because of the vibration of the thing? Do I hear you now? There's a desk coming down? Got it. Yeah, it's making a lot of noise with like all this stuff on my desk. I honestly need to clean my desk off. There's a bunch of like random shit that just starts vibrating as the desk goes down, so that's on me. But what do you mean, don't forget your drops? I mean, I should be getting them naturally by just watching their thing. Yeah, I mean, what? Things always look that way. It's fine. And actually, while we have a couple minutes, I'm gonna move this by itself here. Keep this over here with me. Close this off. That way, I can just be refreshing the patch notes over here endlessly by myself to DOS their server. It's almost time, Excalibro. Just in time for me to finish my sandwich. Oh. Is it this way? Hold on a second. Let me just close a bunch of stuff off. There you go. You hear that too, like the music playing and stuff right now? Okay, cool. Let me know whenever it starts if it's like a good volume or not. And I can like increase it here or I can decrease it on the OBS itself. Right now it's producing a good volume, it looks like for me, but just make sure, you know, communications. Good comms, clean comms. Less than a minute, woo! No idea what's happening. There's a new league every 4 months, and it changes it adds like a mechanic to the game for specifically the league. So there's like the league POE and then there's standard POE. Whenever a league ends, it goes to standard. So standard is where everything gets collected eventually. You can play your character there if you want to. The league is going to be the brand new hotness, limited time. Sometimes it goes core, not all the time though. That kind of thing. And this right here is the new league reveal to tell what the new league is about, what's going to be added, all that kind of interesting stuff, and then releases the patch notes afterwards for us to look at. Let's lock in, chat. What's up, Bree?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
Woo!
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral
Oh god, it's
plane.
just breach.
Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish. An ancient evil yearns for his freedom.
Very.
We must keep him in the dark.
What the fuck? Wait, what's Holy Sleep? That's a new skill. New example supports? What the fuck? What is that? That a new bloodline? Has to be a new bloodline, right? Replay it. Bring it back. Hold on a second. We're gonna watch that again later probably.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new
2
league.
PM PST?
Hi,
3 hours
I'm
away.
Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Afarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we
really
mean
good,
that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and
Those
have some pretty
fucking sweet
potent outcomes.
mods.
There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other
Is
currencies.
this very decrees?
Or
Kind of, I guess, yeah.
wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies
I cannot
or
die.
make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn.
Also, that's more
The Sand Jinn,
modifiers. More gold, more maps.
Fire Jinn,
decreased.
or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies. A coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a
Random
max
support
leveled
effects?
skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's
So you
one
get
of the
7 links for
rewards,
free?
but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
For you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything,
Oh, so you get
as long
extra
as it's
essences?
within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an in-game map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had.
What the fuck?
Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side
This is
effects.
gonna go crazy.
For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward
That's
for
cool
these
as
new
hell.
threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of
It
either
has suffixes.
prefix or suffix modifiers.
So not
As
not
you can
just like certain
imagine,
attributes and
there's
stuff,
a lot
all
of potential here.
suffixes. That's fucking
Another
crazy.
example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a Thaumaturgic Hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of Thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufferrude enemies, infested with Blight.
Who's gone RF
This
in the
lane
Castle
can
Stone?
reward a new
How should we do
base
it?
type, the Cord Belt.
Are we talking play at work?
The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable
anoints?
of your choosing. As a quick note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being
Add
more
more
action-packed
essences?
and rewarding. Now, of
The uniques,
course,
here we go.
if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufferrude are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Marraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot
It's a
and
big sword.
disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own
It's a
purposes.
big ass sword.
Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Marraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
So you want just big poison. with
However,
that one?
Varashta has
The
in her
fuzz
command
balls.
the power to restore these once lost Marraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufferrude to be transformed into its Marraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Marraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the
Ignites
desert
you
sun.
flick spread.
When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Ufferrude for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss, Saresh of the Weeping Black. Saresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items, yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
Honestly, that's
So
pretty
that's
good.
the Mirage League.
Now,
Now,
if you use
to
that
face all
one
the new
bloodline
evils,
where you don't use
you might
blast,
want some righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few
transfigured
examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth.
endlessly
Expending a
cascading.
power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can
Oh,
also cause
shit.
cascading slams.
So
The
much
more
stuff to
numerous
do.
your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been
Ouch.
long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have
Sweep
hammers
Rejoice.
of light batter them from above.
Rejoice.
These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
Interesting.
Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation
shield
skill
skill?
which will allow
Oh,
you to
retaliation.
unleash a cone of holy light upon
Boo.
enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine
restoration,
power.
so it blows up instantly?
Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online.
Classic.
We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
Oh, the Rebirth Guardian. We got one.
We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
Interesting.
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
No.
Speaking of the patch notes,
Tell me more.
As always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow.
Ooh, down blow is actually something I was interested in starting until I could go into other
We're also
stuff.
doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes.
Hey, Sabo,
This
we
time
did
with
it.
a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found
shit,
from
it's totally
throughout
different things,
Rayquest.
though.
After
totally different,
ascending,
but, like, some of them are different.
first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick
That's
from a
insane.
unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly
Hail?
increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons.
What?
Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself.
On here.
Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change.
Oh, that's
If
cool
you
as
don't
hell.
like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the
Possible
next
advantage of
one.
build guide with it, but that's cool as hell.
Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks.
Alright.
Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved
Hollow.
core
I forgot to turn
experience
on the streamer
that has
bot,
made
bud. I'm sorry
mapping
that you
so
weren't-
successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war.
Yeah.
This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example,
kind of like Waystones?
Instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
They took the good part about Waystones and moved it over.
That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
I'm suspicious. Don't be nervous, Gazi.
This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency.
The Atlas too.
Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading.
Favorite maps then, I suppose?
You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after.
Oh.
You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league.
I see
you now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points.
Okay, cool.
These have been moved to new places.
Maps? What's Nightmare
and
maps?
actually,
What does that mean?
you can get more than before.
Does it say 133?
Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more
really
juiced.
Cool. I was a little worried when they were
Finally,
fracturing the thing,
at the
it'd be
end
like
of
the
the
old
region
Atlas,
of
but it
maps,
seems that they've learned a lot
once
of
you have
lessons
successfully
about
rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Holy Mason Mania's Reliquarian?
This new shaped region system
cool, yeah.
is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that.
Oh, you just run the same map over and over again. That's
With all
nice.
the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible.
That's nice.
You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple
Apex is
items,
on there too.
such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
Yeah, it all depends on the gym information.
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love. Killing monsters and getting
First
loot.
stream, what's up, Zeno?
To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely.
That's fine.
The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Okay.
Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm Uber Pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills.
Yo!
And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed.
Thank God I
However,
didn't use them.
some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod.
Fractured!
Check out the new The Paths Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery.
The Pirate League start? Yeah, it starts
and
with Pirate League for anyone who
but
wants to
not
join
least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back.
There's a new port?
Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources. And you can even re-roll them for gold.
You can re-roll resources.
What you're
Let's
after.
go!
Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
That's fucking awesome.
Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on.
Give me the shield one.
Such
Give me the
as
shield one.
the Rune Graft of Fury.
No.
Which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask.
Show me the shield one.
And
I saw it in the
Rune
files.
Graft of Resurgence.
Damn you,
which
bitch.
causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover. 40? Adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy, cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frostmage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters
I love
or
unstable breaches.
unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and
Do we just
Scarab
get all our
support,
points
you can have
immediately, or-
multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus.
Hey.
Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added
Juice.
plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or high fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent
Yeah,
waves.
click them all. Press all the buttons.
Graft items will no longer exist,
My
but we've
arm!
moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports,
Oh, I'm sorry, hello?
such as the Hiveborn support,
I'm
which
sorry,
summons
hello?
an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps,
cooking.
all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency
Already knew this
exchange.
one already?
This consists of selecting two currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the
Extra
currency
changes in
exchange
games,
is the
yeah.
ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
That's cool as
Now,
hell, too, for
when trading
trades.
in a full set of divination
really good. I
cards,
forgot this one, by
it
the
will
way.
automatically be
When I was being
handed
sad
in
about
to become
QL,
the
this is actually a
resultant
decent
item.
one. Sorry, this.
If you then
This
turn
was-
in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that
This is a good one.
previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
Hell yeah.
The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly
That's cool.
which modifiers can be randomized.
Oh, wait, if you try to roll over a replica Dragon Fang, you're like, oh, wait, it
The
rolls the
ritual
skill?
icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals.
I never used vessels.
Have
as much
you
as I
ever
played
tried to
Ritual.
click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch,
You know,
we've
is it-
added
oh,
over
yeah,
20
but, like,
landmark
not
rooms
everyone
throughout the
that watches this
campaign,
will also be watched
scattered
in, like,
across
the
all
teasers,
10
right? So they have to
acts.
show it again.
Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new
The live
and
stream has a much
unexpected
bigger audience,
rooms,
probably than just like
side
small updates
passages,
that are posted on
chests,
like, you know,
and
Discord
encounters
and
as you progress
whatnot.
throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress,
hope there's
all
more
inhabitants
show,
of which will drop a
maybe this is
basic
just it.
tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Tyler's favorite part.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron
that's cool.
Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
W.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all
That's
the
a
necessary
fashion?
tools
Yeah.
you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity.
That's kinda
Just
cool.
hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom unique finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold.
Interesting.
Most
Look at
exiles
that
would
wizard
struggle
outfit.
carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand
They already got
Curator
me with
of
the
Wisdom
rat.
armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after.
Oh, that's cool.
Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox,
That
and
is
then
so
even
cute,
burn
yeah.
away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals,
Those portals look good.
jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of
hideout?
operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert.
It's being carried.
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings.
Now, if I buy one, I'm buying the other one.
Shackles
This is cool,
envelop
but
your choice
I'm
of
buying the other
torturing
one, I'm buying
device
it.
when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and
The
control
mesmer
the
pet.
toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead. At least
You can
until it
steal a
wears
goblin
off.
troop.
What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution
kinda cool.
session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed
cool,
for all
actually.
that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all
I
microtransactions
still like
from
the
these
first one
supporter
more.
packs
The map
will
device
be
isn't
made
bad.
available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Yeah, we've gone for girly
We're just
pop.
about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With release at
Bye,
the end of
Scoochie,
next
thanks for
week,
hanging out, bud.
our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Honestly, so just brief talk while we were working for the Q&A thing. if people still bitch and like about this league and are like, their leagues are getting so shit, they're so garbage, nothing's gonna make you happy. I'm so hyped for this league. There's so much shit here to look into, to dive into. They'll be talking about ground loot apparently at some point in the Q&A with Octavian, for people who are worried about ground loot stuff. But like, you got a large like in-game stuff. T17s got removed. They added a bunch of fucking supports. They added like steps for like get between awakened gems and regular gems. They even took some of the graphs and turned them into skills. They've added a new ascendancy choice. Are they here?
G'day,
here we go.
Welcome back. ZD here, joined by game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian to do our Q&A post-live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. We'll see.
It sounds really weird right now.
With us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I walked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Does it sound like that on the mainstream for everyone else?
Let's do it. And let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy?
Does he just sound like that? Sure,
I should.
Okay, fix it.
No,
It's
I
good
mean,
now.
I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between POE1 and POE2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for POE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. And there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy.
Yeah,
on this couch.
We need a longer
Yeah, Hollow, make sure you're getting your drop
we'll
on
figure
Twitch.
that out. But with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me. I'm way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. For if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. And good. It's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and I'm sure hopefully you are too.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him, you're doing a good job, this is good content.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And killing tier 17s, what a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Stuff. But I love that you guys have had that same journey as well, and Andrew too as well, right? It's players become QA, become game like designers become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like that's it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
Yeah, kinda.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4 and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It's
my goat.
It hasn't faded, I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything.
Where's the
Nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like... I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low-tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map and all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 Glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, like boats, right? And I still have now, obviously, these things can take time. But I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight away, which is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is.
People are
obviously that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
it isn't just proportionately. One goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah, just like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipped. So that's the currency. The equipment. Memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying, we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
Ah, there you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has a yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess.
Snakening?
Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools. We should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
A lot of stuff will be patched in the Q&A and stuff.
Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those, but sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully have all the content to be ultimately
Farm the Enlightened card.
Less appreciated because of the fact that ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. We're doing what we can now.
What's up, Gribbard?
We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. Just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to... the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. We'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea.
Thank you for following, Axel.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, there's
a difference between like economic changes.
It's definitely
things. That
I agree. It's definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well. especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting
like,
that
any
person.
Buff you make
in
for
fact made them now
like
feel
a casual
worse
player,
from an
it's just
economic
going to be
standpoint.
amplified by someone who's no lifing it.
So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there,
Just
but take away from
right
something
now.
here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, it's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness, and I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down.
CATR,
like,
the new
all right, fair enough, I'm calm.
purple skill
We'll do the
really
safe
cool.
stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now
like
more than anything.
Like
and then, we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort.
It was very pretty.
So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will
Wiki doesn't
have
have
more.
anywhere to pull data
So
from
just
yet.
make sure you keep letting us know.
There's no
right?
like
That's the
patch
important
that
thing.
happened.
Like,
where,
often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Yeah, there's a lot of new cool stuff. I'm excited to see patch notes.
Also, you do need a bit of both.
We don't know what they are yet.
It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk
cool
about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. And or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
Make
sure, 100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like, we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
This is like another leading situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordfied, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know. So again, a little bit of a fine balance, because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden. It's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. It'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well. Like non-loot tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it.
We can multi, it's more like Ancestral Call, right?
It's exciting.
Or what are the Ancestral
now is the time. I really love these conversations at this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
And so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. We'll but wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising.
Like 1,000
weird
max.
And like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah. Those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency or they all got changed into maps or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments. Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny thing that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
I'm not
Yeah, but
Learn
we
POE1,
want
POE2,
tanks.
Yes,
POE2,
no, that is certainly not
POE1.
the extent of it. It's
You want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tanks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
And
this.
just like, yeah, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm
Also,
excited
yeah,
about a rare.
that is
because
the
it
conversion
could do
chain,
something
or
I've never
it
seen
can be.
before, and
that's
is
one of my
like
favorite. Like,
up to
if
10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right? Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each.
it.
Who
I
knows?
dare you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss, and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like, for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference there?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well. So, with all the different
I think this
leagues.
is a hit
But
a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there, it's like, technically it's optional. You don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
So
really.
obviously
It's not really though,
optional,
is it?
right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
I haven't had any
there
issues
was a
with my
quote that
stream
I
as far as
picked
I'm
up from
aware.
somebody that I
Might be your internet?
particularly entertaining, where it's like someone's like, oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them. I'm like, oh, that's just tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now, what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like
it's
I
very-
like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
So-
it's like
I missed
it
what the
seems
ore
a
and crop change thing
surprisingly
was,
big impact
so
for just
I'll
a
have to go back and figure out what
pretty
that
simple thing.
means.
It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
it's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain resource.
Resources.
Yeah. That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want. And there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it does.
That a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
But not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on POE1. So
got a farmer lot to get really open.
I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. And I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
Bosses drop their own keys for their own uniques. Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes. I'm like, didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So I was like, I thought you guys
the perils of continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys, and those gave the boss uniques, and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques, and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, I take their word from that one. So
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now.
It will be good to reassess the state of it.
I don't trust my short-term memory anymore, so that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
The final-ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influence modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
I hate memory strands. I never use them.
Which
I don't understand it.
Look, we've considered this. We've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure. And so we're now trying to make it better. But, and I understand that that's like, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like,
okay, I'll put a note.
You know, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
So maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that, because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit weird and complicated about it.
I was making some notes. I don't know what happened to the harvest thing.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess, rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how
you mean like the original harvest?
Drop conversion stuff you're talking about for rares? Like, what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look like.
There's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible, and a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that. As you move up
tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
Okay, that's good to hear.
we'll just keep trying to get there.
Yeah, explosive chests
So
are made
on the
like super easy.
issue of like
That's the first time I
normal
made
rares not
explosive
really
chests was
even being
original
able to
harvest.
compete with like crafted influence recombinated
You
stuff
could like deterministically make explosive chests.
It's just got too much
super
cool
easy.
stuff now. It's not like you want to
Like,
remove
those
that.
chests were so cheap back then.
The question is then like how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously, like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously, we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea, if nothing else.
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more, like, more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is, like, one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy.
Yeah.
Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable,
like you're talking about
and
the memory
something not
strand
overly
thing, and there is
complicated.
an orb where you can add memory strands, but that orb drops
the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics
I have a lot of notes. I don't want to overtalk what them saying too much because I want to listen to what they're saying at the same time.
Yeah.
I have a lot of things I want to talk about.
I'm starting
on
to
this,
see now. Why aren't we talking about
patch notes? Because it was like patch
new
notes.
stuff.
This is like a gap between
I've done
Q&A
my job
and
excellently.
patch notes, and I'll talk
I have
about it then.
exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the.
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the.
You want to start with the thing that people are.
Of course,
feeling
100%.
Like,
yeah,
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Really cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it. And then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
That's
and
then
you can roll a brand notable
fuck?
along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
it's coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's basically like me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, that's underselling it, but I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very initial goal
go up, someone's running
was
Harpies.
I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the League, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need, a good League mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason, so... That's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like. This is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on, and I actually think it's...
Before people whining about how hard Act 1 is,
if you want to set in-game, go in-game. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign... it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or
we love extra
something
chromatic
like
orbs.
that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link, and then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice. Do the really cool looking Mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
check the mechanics, check the wish. Do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like, I wish sometimes
I might do it every time.
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpha-Rood, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like, there's just extra monsters.
Probably how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then you've got, now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on, if I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
It's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, nope, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next week for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah, another really minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my mememory, maybe.
Bit of sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
like,
really,
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it. It's
suspicious.
so
like
weird.
there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Peyote in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing it out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on POE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our. Well, generally, our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they just run until we, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
awesome,
and. As opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like that's how it should be. But you got the two games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when especially with passion projects, because. You always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into POE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss. And it will cause it to have some, how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on, like maybe there's fireballs flying out. So it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The
They leaked too much
reveals keep
information. They
coming. I
censored
don't know
them.
about that. That's
There you
pretty
go.
wild. And I was going to ask, like, because you've got this whole, like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual League mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Showcase, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Those are very
Don't know
cool,
what
by the way.
to make of
Well,
that one yet.
it's
Pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to
Yes,
explain how some of this works. So it
that's
corrupts
true.
the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, you know, as gems
true.
do. Because, you know, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. You know, and so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. You know, if you could do
it
both,
gets to
it's a
compete against
bit
the plus on
excessive.
power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those,
That's,
and also can
good.
only roll in the color of the coin. So if
Okay.
you're using a red coin, you
you
get
get
a
some-
red support that works for that skill.
You have
Yes,
some
you're
influence over it
you're
there.
not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
You know, brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike, so you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know,
I mean,
LE damage
you
of the
can
tax
risk
is
it.
also red
That's
and can go on
true,
Wild Strike.
multi-strike.
Or sorry, is LE damage of the tax the modern name of?
Ed West, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's-
But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
okay, all right.
Technically functional.
And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's all points.
Okay,
so
cool.
when you're in a Mirage,
Those are juicy.
there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the Overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool, how cool
minutes
is
to patch
that?
it.
Which is very cool.
So, oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny.
that
I
one?
don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity, I get it. But it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did
high
it.
effort.
Like, yeah,
Good on you.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
oh look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors. it
Kind of
seems.
is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these. I feel like over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires
Tyler.
more work to re-add than you might think. and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of had.
We will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's, people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for POE1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like. And commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with against like all of the other ones in there. It's
the
like,
Widow Hail one.
you
Can
make
you also just have a Widow Hail and get like
each league or whatever to like cut
even
down on work, but you're still
more
gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
It's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to. Like this is gonna change every time because it means we can do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
So
20 years ago.
13 years or something probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second Ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
We'll get
the third class.
We're on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league. And then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to do
you
it.
just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, might be better for casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the Ethereal Crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like
it's more cohesive.
One skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. You know, as opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend, doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You know.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent.
Well,
it's good.
You know, like for 329, you know, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is, instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, you know, early game as well. You know, at some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring, or has its woes.
Already there, buddy.
We know the deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please, no more rolling magma, kind of has been a lot of, you know, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, you know, reworking some of the other skills, you know,
sure.
But that was something on our current, you know, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But, and that, you know, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Yeah. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
I mean,
I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like transfigured are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of
like,
my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like,
sure.
Yeah, well, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on a skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so
and,
it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just, I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea sometimes, but, you know, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking it? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, you know, as a not for 328 really, in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, you know, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
You're a banner boy.
One of the dedicated QA for POE1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
Have you on contract?
This is kind of like a new one I haven't brought up
least
before.
Like a week.
That someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells And I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Mm-hmm. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes,
Yeah.
they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, cold scale.
It'll be like
it's more
Archangel over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like it's kind of like hand casting and
makes sense.
spells kind of come together. So you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, buff cold
It'll
god.
be a package deal at some point.
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
It's just a weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed
Ooh,
or
chat, some of this stuff's
made
up already,
adjusted.
by the way.
Blow felt
If you
awesome.
wanna
I'm like
see.
real excited to see how I can
And
use some of
casting, like
these
self-casting, like not casting through like
party
mines,
adjacent
traps,
ones.
not cast on creative, like
Benefit
just
my
actually
friends
you
with
casting
some
the spell.
guardian
That's what hand
changes.
casting is.
Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know.
There's some uniques on
I'll have to
that
see
page
which
right there.
ones.
Well, you'll have to
That
see.
weren't shown.
Have to
I
see.
don't think.
Honestly,
And then you'll have to
don't
deal with
know.
that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
The Sands of Time
or
Scepter.
I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
You can't chat nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every
You're not-
every
you're
one
not
of those
one
build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble. It's funny.
The Eclipse support gym looks crazy.
I did have a question about this later,
It's
but
exceptional support.
it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Oh my God,
Do you
we'll
want
talk
the
more about
good
this
news or the
obviously
bad
afterwards.
news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand
whole
it's like,
Harbinger?
look, the issue. Just
Can't
just
complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now.
Ozzy, there's
It's
a
kind of
support
has to
called
go so it can
Blood-Soaked
come
banner,
back
by the
better,
way.
is effectively
Like,
what
exceptional
we're getting
support,
to
Blood-Soaked
here.
banner. I don't know if it's good for you or not,
and
but it's a banner support.
It will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying. Bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards,
see that?
however,
Oh.
it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for.
Yeah,
we were
some
going to be
information
way
that
more
wasn't in
mysterious
the
with
live
it.
stream
And
so
actually
far.
have
It's
the
already
patch
up
notes
on their
and like,
announcements
actually,
page.
doing that in like Harbinger text,
Here's
and people
the
are going to
full
try and write,
announcement
what does
thing
this
for those who
mean?
want
But,
it.
immersively,
support for some uniques
effectively,
and
the
stuff that are
Harbingers
not
have
shown.
gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means.
There's a lot of justification.
Without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool.
Oh,
Core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah.
Alright.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a
don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So
Nice
you still have that capability.
Good old
Blessed Orbs will
getting a
I'll
bit
do
more
it. That's
love.
nice.
Aw, my baby.
So yeah, no, yeah, Yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They were just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so much. A lot of the
but the loss aversion.
Your like effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures. Like
it is probably it's one of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I like conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
part of the Harbinger talk I was talking about like the links and stuff.
Like, you know,
removed.
imagine being able to do the actual art style
What's
justice
happening to Fracturing Orbs?
and to do bosses,
have
bosses that aren't just bigger, big
like
portal,
more Harbinger.
big portal thing, you know.
Yes,
and
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right.
So the shards will drop randomly.
Look, let's be real.
As well?
It was half baked.
Fracturing shards,
and it
the
needs to be done better.
Themselves, that kind of stuff too.
A little bit.
Yeah, I know.
From an
there was always going to be that bad. I was going to be. Look, the patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in POE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
No. Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it? Like, what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Intrusive is the word I would use. Like we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls, they destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem. It's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league. Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league? Now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now. Like obviously, you have to work on the new content.
Mark seems a little more unhinged without Jonathan sitting next to him.
What do you reckon?
I love it.
It kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion, and that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once.
I was going to ask about that,
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around.
It's good fun.
Opening circles.
I love circle opening.
Obviously, there's a way of kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that. Right, we
right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one, I don't know if people would have been very happy about that. But the point was, people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. That's just what it is. It's just that, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. What's Chiyola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Ulnatol? Where are they right now?
What are you up to?
Saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're gonna do Breach 3 next league. So
maybe
how does that even
happen? Maybe they will.
Taking them. What's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something? Maybe,
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But the point being, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and
I
understand people have a bit of attachment to all of this older content, but
domains.
These are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
So they get bigger amount of spaces. You have more than 72
rip off their own
of
head when the
tier
fight
16
starts.
Not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord.
Yes.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Ooh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure.
Or both. Foulborn Reliquarian.
Foulborn Restoration YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Yep. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons, to be clear. It's rare weapons.
For the rare equipment. Yeah.
Okay,
so limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
A little sad for Fracture farming for scepters, but it'll be okay.
It's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with things like fossils, right? Which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way more exclusively.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special, and not just letting it seep in everywhere. So that with the tree, no weapons, for rare weapons at least, is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down,
6-link.
I saw the 6-linking thing was dropped down a bit. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. There's a balance pass as well, of course, yes, because again, it's part of that how can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head. This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem is, always the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we don't know about.
You know, someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like,
thing,
we're 99% sure on everything.
If I do my job well, you guys
goes
come
a
up with
lot
some new changes.
better with
you
the
after this too. So
Ice Nova Frostbolts thing that people were doing.
You're very good at
Archmage,
coming and getting
but
us to
was
make
like
a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Good. Yeah. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. But they were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and they had some issues with difficulty and reward scaling where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scaled with map mods, but I guess a lot of POE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of
that's not the point I was trying to make.
and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic.
I think it might.
And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is almost like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're called, as opposed to
I went to check them both. One of it's unreserved and one of it is reserved.
Could be doing something right now, so... We'll see, but it should, you know,
so
when these things go core and now you have an Atlas tree and now you have a set of Scarabs.
Balance it out a little bit, but
things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency
and
choice.
And
it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, you can.
Yeah, the Frostmage one is based off your reserved mana.
So
the Archmage is based off of your unreserved mana.
By adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage.
It's pretty good. I just started thinking about depending on what Guardian changes they have.
Half the size and
Guardian
do something,
gets like
double the size and do something. There's like so many different options
previous
there.
self, if they changed it,
because I'm realizing
and you get like obviously more reservation.
Talked about the core
and you're in Templar, so you're in like a mana area that you want to be in. So Guardian cold spell or attack. The thing says if it hits
to map, I call it that because it's just like it's not June's map anymore. It's just map. Just kind of made me giggle.
So cold spell that hits.
What's I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcase. Is like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means.
But like, you don't have to necessarily do a cold spell, right? You could just do.
It's a pretty big deal. I know that there's immediate
like,
and even internally, like you have this like, this is what we're doing. People are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So, like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint.
Any spell users,
and from completing your Atlas standpoint. Like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3. For example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions or good about Kirax missions was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs. You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base
after all
It
chisels.
does have
Just
the same
base
restrictions
chisels,
as
by the way.
Arcade, so
Maven's
like
chisels
no
still
arcane,
exist
no
for
brand,
clarification.
and no orb
but it's
skills.
one chisel
No
for
vault
20
skills
quality.
or skills used by
just to be-
totems.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
There's
They were just
capture
they were just like
mines
pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid
minions.
chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
complete your atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know you gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
I'll be honest, chat.
Well,
I haven't chiseled a map in probably
of
multiple
course,
leagues. They just gather in my stash the entire
there's
time.
Voidstone mods, which apply to your whole atlas. You've got
What's the move? We're gonna
mean,
patch
the
notes in
Egan
about
system.
40.
yeah, you've got
Seven
and
minutes.
you got more atlas passive points than before. You
Yeah.
know, so it's lots of like
Seven or eight
You
more.
missed a lot.
It's,
you should.
it's so nice to
here,
be able to get rid of like it. There's this thing where like you just
Here's the
can't add
main
infinite
page. You can
systems
go
to the
click through and watch the
to
trailer and
map
stuff.
device.
If
It
you-
was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons are way back.
And then
now
we'll be
we've got
talking
rid of,
about it
you
once
know,
the Q&As are
more
with,
of the
not some
stuff.
other
It's getting
stuff,
way
but
more simple.
all
And it's
good
just like
stuff.
the process of using the map device, putting in your
Some
map
very cool
and running a
minion
map,
ideas,
just
popped
being
up, Icky.
and
I know you're a minion
rolling that
enjoyer.
map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's like
able to
3 clicks instead of I got
Yeah.
2 dozen. So
and then being able to, you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, you know, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like,
Sure.
I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, "Oh no, here we go again."
No, there's no elder ring management.
You have to make the elder eat the shape of
No.
blob, not fully.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No, no, no,
alive
no,
in its
no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. You the loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing. And if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just pod. If you just do them right, like you don't have to be like, "Oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob."
Oh yeah, you
Which is
just
amazing.
Have, you just
That
have the
was-
map item.
That was
You
really
go wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, oh, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob; it'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, you know, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so if
but
you-
you get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool.
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I was thinking about the Super Elder
the
stuff.
main
'cause I only
motivation behind that
loosely touched
decision
in that
is
whenever
it
I first
means
started
that
really
every
playing POE.
astrolabe has a
So
sort
I
of
didn't really get
minimum
the full
value.
aspect of it.
Okay.
But it seems like they've
maybe
addressed a lot of the issues
the meta
people
shakes
had
out so that
with
people
the
don't
Super
really use
Elder
the
thing.
Blight Astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or
Right,
3 blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to the vault and get that
The
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And
wanna spam the
non-annoying.
vaults.
Like this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then
just
you
a
go again.
short-term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
This guy,
also,
Octavian.
by the
Yeah,
way,
people seem like Octavian. I
His
didn't know a
blight
lot
thing was a
about him, but
hypothetical. I know
he seems
people.
really
Sure, I
popular.
have no idea what
in,
the
like,
players will
community,
think
at least.
of you know, what the,
Apparently, it was a streamer before,
There
what
was
he
the
said.
An
So.
Astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw it in the corner of my eye. Blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be. There might be a
some
blight.
truth to every
There
comment.
might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone.
I don't know.
Getting
I don't
too into
know
it.
if Octavian.
There might be a blight nerf, but
But he said he was a streamer before he became
I
QA.
don't
Or before he
know.
became a game tester
If
and then
Andrew was
became
here, he would know.
QA into
I
what
mean,
he
I
is
had a
now.
question for later. It's just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes, but it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a
people's
performance
PCs don't melt when they
optimization
play
issue
Blight? That
more
makes
so
sense.
than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going
There's
like.
just too
What
much
do you
shit.
expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one
Yeah,
time?
so
And I'm
many
like,
effects are
I
happening, you
want
can't do much
all
else.
of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like, you know, programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
It's a design problem, yeah.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible,
Yeah.
Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like Tier 17s have been pretty much, they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works then?
Well, one of the goals with
Nightmare Maps.
we've done
I
a
was
lot
curious
of
about
little
this.
changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so
Why do
it
you
just
have these
feels
100
like
other maps?
exactly.
Barrels.
So yeah, sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on
Yes,
that.
they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what are results? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. You know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for.
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help
Hey,
give them
Gazi,
more
SSF.
identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be. It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like a keyword, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So choices up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of
we're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, with
Quick apparently isn't home, so he has no idea how the reveals go.
So,
he's asking the Discord
as we
how,
said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items, and with the whole ground drops,
Discord.
and so
Share it with Quick.
I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value out of chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now.
Divines are going to be like 300-400.
I'm curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies, feels over reals, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
The trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
I was wondering that because with the essence monsters and stuff,
don't feel like
they usually always run essence map device thing, so it looks like maybe the scarabs themselves will add more essences.
Want to do. If it happens, it's on accident. Generally, and if it isn't,
the point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely,
yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now.
Yeah, I also hated chiseling maps. I never
Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone.
I really only ever used chisels when I was doing my trickster gameplay for Merc
are now on the
and people were
altars
asking
at
me
the
to do
when doing
content
the
showcases, and I was like,
speaking
"Oh,
of
even chisel is
keywords,
for you. You can never chisel
memory
otherwise."
strands.
Yeah,
Which
Before I streamed, I used
memory
to give
thread,
Tyler my chisels.
Strands, I think, are the thing of the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana, or to follow Zana, the memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. There was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running your normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah. Then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no,
buy them, you can sell them, you can farm a specific one, you can,
and
it's just better.
That means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like a weird thing, I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device, guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just a thing.
It's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve, that's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one then, we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's the idea was if that we're ruthless. Really, what a lot of
if there is no items, are you trying to hide the items that are dropping? Kind of a thing.
Mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. Mm-hmm. That being said, I don't think that those two, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer,
then
right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right, but more so the thing the filter does really, really, really well
with like Never
is
Sync, because he's like the biggest proprietor of the filter
the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's important, all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
They have to, right?
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly it is a philosophy I've changed. Like, I might have even been me that said, no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. Which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's
third party, yeah, but you could like pay him for like contract work or something. I would imagine. I don't know the laws,
and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. So why are we dropping
for their
so
knowledge
many items if the general is no
kind
one
of
wants
thing?
it? Now, obviously, some people
like
might, some people might not, and
that's
where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There's a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause. But there was a specific options thing where, it was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like, having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you. And it's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, and then the other game will get it is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right.
So you get 350%.
That's for you guys to figure out.
That's
our responsibility. Problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Yeah. Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been planted.
Yeah, it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types, just like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay, I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're gonna pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. You know, since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
let's see
trying
what
to
No, I think it's a good idea. I mean, when I play Torchlight Infinite, I like that I can click one item and it scoops up a bunch of items instead of me clicking 10 different times.
take advantage of the
small
things while you're here.
currencies.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen.
I don't want to ruin your hopes, but yeah, I'd say low.
never know.
But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right?
But Mark's like, you go tell him, yeah.
One day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
Stuff like
Gonna do it again?
26 minutes before the patch
Yes,
notes
you
supposed
are
to drop.
you're doing it again. This is Bob Jones.
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we'll get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch.
So we can
you
go
know,
review
Back
some of the
next
other
time
stuff. We'll
for
have the talking
bigger
points about things
Q&A,
they said.
bigger
that
couch, more hours, more
I
of
wanna-
us
we
really
just
Keep
point
doing
out
that every
what
time
it's
until
on.
half the
Not much,
company
but a
is
little bit.
here.
It really, yes. All right.
Might
Thank
get
you
a-
very much,
yeah.
folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
All right. That is that. That's done. All right. We're going to talk about a couple of things that they brought up and whatnot. While we wait for the patch notes, because patch notes will be in like 26 minutes at this point. They said, 2 p.m. Pacific Central Time or Pacific Time. So that's like 20 minutes from now. So for them, we're going to fill up a little bit of space with talking about our opinions on like what was revealed. We'll also go over some of the stuff that's already on the announcement sheet that wasn't part of the reveal to talk about that. But first, I just want to go over my notes quickly about it's like two main topics that they kind of talked about. And I was like, I have things I want to say here, but I don't want to talk over them and make it a muddled experience for people watching for the live stream. So let's talk about ground loot real quick. All right, so ground loot. I'll move this over here so it's easy for me to see. So ground loot, they talk about a good bit of stuff, and honestly, I think that no matter what you do for Wi-Fi later, see you, Fist, bye. No matter what you do for ground loot, there's always gonna be people complaining about it. Like that's just how things are gonna happen. Like people will always want more, and some people will want less, and some people want the harder con experience. Like you have such a vast variety of people that you can't please every single person on what's happening, right? And this goes into a common theme that I talk about a little bit later with like crafted items versus dropped items, like that stuff too. But like the whole thing from like, oh, we wish they have more ground loot because all the value comes from shipments and stuff like that, right? The issue that I see with that is that like for the casual player, the shipping thing happen as long as you have the resource, like you have the gold, it's happening while you're not working, while you're not playing. So like, you play 2 hours a day, you get your ship set up, you go off, you get to farm maybe 1 or 2 maps, you didn't drop very much stuff on the ground. Tomorrow you come back on, boom, you have a couple divines in your ship kind of thing. Wow, you get more divines in your shipments because it is a passive like kind of income kind of thing. Whereas like, a person who is grinding 10, 12 hours a day is making XYZ loot. So for the casual audience, the passive income of something like Seller's March was always going to be more valuable than something that would happen on the ground. Not saying the ground loot is perfect or anything like that, but like the whole perception that like, oh, you can only get money or currency this one way. I think is a little construed by like how much hours you spend into a thing, how much time you spend in a thing. Because like in the end game, the people who are no lifing, they're printing like mirrors and like tier 0 uniques, not by shipping. They're doing it by doing the actual like mechanics and stuff like that, or like abusing the ore turned into, or the harvest turned into like plants kind of thing to make like 50 million shipments, that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like a weird spot to go into. And then if you go to the point where they talked about like wanting to double the amount of ground loot, that also just doubles the amount of ground loot that's going to be available to the people who are no lifers, who are here 10 to 12 hours a day. So yeah, you're increasing the casual players' amount of loot, but you're devaluing that loot at the same time because the higher players still are getting much, much more of it, which they talked about themselves a little bit. So it's a weird balancing because you can't, I guess like the whole point would be eventually find a way for diminishing returns at the top end to bring the balance, but it's just, I really don't think you can balance the game against those two markets. The casual player will always be behind the purse people at the top. Like that's just how the system works. That being said, I did make a note that like this is all still great news for people who are playing SSF and not in the trade economy. SSF players doubling their loot is just gonna be awesome. I love that. The other and last main point that I kind of want to talk about was I don't really get the confusion for people being like, oh, I want dropped rares to be like more valuable, like crafted is always better kind of thing. Like when they're talking about that, I was like, yeah, crafted items should be better. Like I understand like, oh, I don't want to click through like 10,000 rares to find like the one good one. And it was like, so don't just pick up the base you want and then craft the thing you need by getting the resources you want. I don't really see an issue with dropping a bunch of stuff if you filter out a bunch, like if you go into recombinating, right? Like you need a shit ton of bases to make like a good recombinated piece of gear. So you need all that garbage ground loot to pick it up, to alteration spam, to do this stuff. So it's just kind of a weird space for the people to be like, I want more awesome rares dropping on the ground so I don't have to do the crafting part. Kind of thing. Like uniques are for that, right? Uniques are there if you don't want to craft, you have uniques. I don't know. It's kind of a weird points that I wanted to point out from here to there. I don't know what y'all's opinions or stuff are and whatnot. We can also just go in and talk about this, but if you want to talk about any of those points that I just made, feel free. Also, here is the frost gem. I'll try to make it bigger so people can see. But as you see, this is on reserved mana, whereas Archmage is unreserved mana. And I had to find it in the video because I wanted to look it for myself for one, and then two, it's not actually on the spoiler sheet thing. But on here, we actually have some pretty good, decent stuff. I want to say it's this. So it talks about the league and like what the mechanic is, which obviously we all know that. Just a little bit of the stuff, which we know about this as well. This right here is actually a very cool essence, which I imagine only drops from the Mirage essence area. But you'll notice there's some cool modifiers on here, like the helmet is +6 levels to socketed gems, while there's a single socketed gem in this item. Like what? That's pretty cool. I'm not sure what use I could have for it there, but I'm sure there is some kind of weird situation where you're making like a multi-linked helmet and you're using this to craft it. So, like, you know, an RF situation kind of thing. I'm just saying, like, or a Peabod helmet kind of situation. The shield thing, armor applies to damage taken from hits. If you have blocked recently, that's pretty sweet for just like a little defensive layer. So kind of a cool little shockwave has cooldown uses. I didn't see that before. Magic flasks, if you have no flask adjacent to them. So you have 3 flasks, slot 1, slot 3, and slot 5. They'll have increased effect. It's like a Balboa increase. Because you also want 2 empty spots for Balboas. Or you could put your 2 tinctures, I guess, there for people who use tinctures. Anyway, interesting essence that was added, or is being added from the Mirage effect. I thought it was really cool. What is this? Crystallized Rancor? I don't know what this does. But I imagine some kind of, it says horde crafting bench, so some kind of harvest crafting utilizes this. So I'll be interested to see what this actually ends up doing eventually. It's Americath artifacts. They already showed kind of the sword, but then here's like a couple other ones. Can't use life flasks, but like your mana flasks are like pretty freaking sweet and apply to like your arcane surge and stuff. It also gives you the effect where they're not removed when they fill. So the enduring enduring mana flask effect. It's on this, so somewhat interesting, especially if you're using like a mind over matter kind of a defense instead of like pure life based. This is the coin restoration that they talked about, just restore items. And then this is a life version of the opposite one we just saw, where if you're not using mana flask, on non-chilling attacks, set a life flask with greater than blah, blah, charges, 2 charges. The attack gains 2% damage over time multiplier, while on low life flask, you gain additional charges every 3 seconds. So some kind of low life damage over time build that cares about their actual life pool. Kind of a cool little item. It's very unique. I don't necessarily know what I would use right away. But you'd obviously want something that has the most amount, or life flask that has like the most amount of charges. So you want like max charges through the roof, through the wazoo. This is the Coin of Power. Has to be level 20 gem, so you can't just do this on low level gems. You have to be leveling stuff up. And this is an example of it. I wonder if they're all level 1, because the ones they showed have only shown level 1 so far. So you'd have to care about the support being something that level 1 is like a cool benefit while not, breaking. So like life gain on hit, like that one just showed in the little scene. That's pretty sweet, because you don't necessarily always care about getting max life gain on hit, probably. Whereas getting it as just an extra benefit, pretty sweet. Whereas like getting like added melee damage kind of stuff, that would be, you definitely want that to be maxed out. So getting level 1 of that would be kind of like whatever. This is a unique that they didn't show. We don't know what suspend in time is, so we'll have to wait to see what that information is. But it looks like they want you to cast different non-instant spells, because you get a bunch of cast speed based on how many different non-instant cast spells you cast. So I imagine the suspend in time thing is probably something like unleashing a bunch of spells at once. You're suspending the spells in time, and then it all unleashes at once. So we'll see what this actually does. Kind of cool. He's just showcasing some of the new skills. So this is just the minion one. There we go. This is Divine Blast, which it has a duration. So I think if you get just less duration, it'll instantly blow up. It also converts to fire by 50%, and it has an AoE. And it deals more damage with the explosion, whereas it has a base damage. Oh, hey-oh, hold on a second. This is all offhand stuff. The chance per Minder Shield, so it's kind of like the Seething Fury Jewel. And it increases the base offhand physical damage. This is literally a shield skill. Huh. Attack's very slow though. 0.65 per second. But it is a shield skill, chat. Interesting. Alright. Holy Sweep converts to lightning. Calls down a hammer if a bunch of enemies are struck at once. I'm not going to be probably a sweep enjoyer, but very cool for those people who are. Holy Hammers. Expands power charges. I thought it said endurance charges earlier. But it looks like it is power charges. Who benefits from this? I guess occultist or assassin. Good or bad? The leak reveal is amazing. Here's the page, by the way, if you want it quick to kind of go click through stuff. We're waiting. We have like 13 more minutes before the patch notes drop. The patch notes should drop in like 13 minutes. So we're kind of just going over the announcement page, and kind of, there's a couple things here that they didn't talk about, including the fact that this is a shield skill. I didn't realize it was a shield skill till just now, but it scales with your armor. So kind of cool. It's not that skill. It is that skill right there. Then we're talking about the holy hammers, which is another one. They have a bunch of holy spells that don't have like a holy tag. It just has, light colored spells that look like they're both fire and lightning based. Armor stacking, enemy guardian in game. They also took. We have waystones now essentially. So we just get like the tier of map and you put it where you want to. I love it. It's really cool. The whole interaction looks really good and smooth. Doesn't look like it's extra clicks or anything annoying with it. They split back up into regions, so we have the quadrants again, but it's actually not annoying this time. They got rid of T17s. Oh, Gazi, here you go. This is the Bloodsoaked Banner thing I was talking about. I don't know if this is good for you or not. It looks like it's a Corrupted Blood banner skill. So like kind of Corrupting Cry kind of thing. It's like a fizz dot. Yeah, fossils only in Delve, yeah. You want fossils, you gotta get into the mines. Not sure, could we want to try that? They have some new, they have a thing called exceptional support gems now, so it's like a step between regular gems and awakened gems. It's like you'll be rich in trade. I'll be rich in the private league. Rich in moments and friendship. I'm trying to see the banner skill and how it looks. That's the other one. This is the banner skill? No, that's just the... So, okay, they're not showing the banner skill, unfortunately, it looks like. Okay. Eclipse looks really, really cool. So they're phasing out Awakened Gems, right? Oh, is that what they said? I thought it was they wanted Awakened Gems to be more transformative kind of thing. Whereas the exceptional gems would be more of just like power increases. Yeah, we could always find it right here. Or was it in the actual live stream and not in here? Might be in the actual live stream. Upon defeating in-game bosses, Power Exile. Exceptional gems are more transformative, offering an additional way to customize your build and extending the customization options even further in a build's life. So I think you're getting both. But I could be wrong. But Eclipse looks really cool. I mean, +1 supported skill gems and then quality supported skill gems. Awesome. Amazing. Looks like banner looks really cool. A different way to kind of scale with a fizz dot kind of a situation. The hex toad thing obviously looks a little interesting, which is throwing toads out. They don't show it here, but like here they show it right here. When you use an offering, it summons little highborn minions as a support. Could be kind of cool for a minion-based player. The Void Stones now have modifiers on them. They have new exceptional rogue exiles, which was like heavily juiced. They're like triple wisp. They're tormented. They have a shrine buff. All kinds of stuff on them. This is the Nightmare Map example. The Nightmare Map, this T17 pool is pretty much gone. The Nightmare Map shares the same pool as the T16.5s. And they also removed some of the more annoying ones. They saw, like for instance, like the reduced action speed and the no deal damage already like 8 seconds kind of thing were removed. Yeah, they did a little bit at the end. Nightmare Maps are essentially your new T17. That's where you go to get the Uber shards. And as you can see on here, the very last line, T16 maps drop in an area have a 0.4% chance to become a Nightmare Map. And they're on the edge of the Atlas, so I don't have a picture of it necessarily here, but like on the very outer edge is where the Nightmare Maps are. So they're not included in the typical juicing of T16s as far as like the astrolabes go, is what they were saying. So it doesn't make it to where the Nightmare Maps are the best thing to necessarily always farm. Like, oh, if you're already doing something in T16s, you could just do it better in T17s kind of thing. It's like, oh, T16s are their own, or sorry, Nightmare Maps are their own separate thing, and you want to be juicing your T16s kind of thing. Yeah, Nightmare Maps are essentially just where your Uber Boss fragments at and stuff. And their pool got, like I said, diminished to 16.5 pool. And some of the 16.5 pool goes reworked. Here's the Highborn support. Supported offering summon Highborn when used. You know, up to maximum of 14 Highborn. You also got a Flesh of Jet. Transform a Breach Unique into its alternate form, so that's a new thing. Okay. We still have like 6 minutes. Does anyone have anything they want to talk about specifically in relating to anything in particular? Any points you wanted to go over or just questions you might have had? We're all just spamming the spamming the good old patch notes thing, just hoping to see them sooner. Well, Builty Start, what's up, Merc? How you doing, bud? I have a short list of things that I was going to search once the patch notes drop. But honestly, so like here's my short list of keywords to search. But honestly, the new Scion looks very cool, and depending on what all notables are available in there, I might just start Scion and say, fuck it, we'll figure it out as we go. Because the new Scion looks kind of nutty. But also the edits to the Guardian look kind of good. So it's just, I don't know, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Did you watch the whole stream, Merc? Patch notes me, please. Here from the start? Hell yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff that looks like it's being added. Every league, I'm like, they can't add more cool stuff, and they just keep doing it. Anivia Juggle, what's up? Let's go! Anivia doesn't talk very often, but Anivia is pretty hyped, apparently. Hi, Anivia. Also, chat, take this time while we're waiting for the patch notes to drop. We are starting Private League for this event. We'll have to see when we can actually start the Private League, but like we have a sign-up sheet on the Discord, so if you're interested in joining in the Private League, please make sure to fill out that sign-up sheet. That helps let us know how many initial slots we need to buy, and then anything after that we'll crowdfund afterwards. So if you're interested in joining the Private League, you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions. But join the Discord if you're not already in there, and make sure you hit that sheet. Flashbang warning. This is a sheet. So we have 14 responses so far. I might just gonna grow a little bit as we, hype builds for the league and stuff. Anyway, as we start, because after today we're gonna start doing some league start testing, or depending on nerfs to Wintertide or Elementalist, might have to be doing some Wintertide updating instead. Okay, make sure you get your stuff in. But as far as what builds I'm interested in right now, I mean, if Wintertide / Elementalist gets a large nerf, then I'll probably be starting Wintertide again, just so I can keep my guide updated to what I best think Wintertide has, because I mean that's my main thing I support right now. If it goes mostly unchanged, then I'll be playing some other builds, either a shield skill, which is a new one now. I was originally considering Shield Crush or Spectral Shield Throw. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence was a fun thing I did towards the end of the last league, and I might do that. And then I was considering doing learning how to play minions and doing some kind of minion build, starting with like a Golemancer kind of a vibe, and going in as maybe Specters later on. So it really just depends on all kind of what patch notes look like. Really want to try the minion one? Yeah, the minion Holy Skill looks pretty interesting too, especially because it copies your weapon. With the Scion node that makes your base weapon minions do base weapon crit kind of thing, means your weapon crit actually matters a decent amount. One more minute, hopefully, and that's it. Launches late, and then however long until then. But this was like the don't curse it because we're still streaming I guess. The first time in a while that we were able to actually live stream patch notes. We usually have internet issues on patch days. So hopefully we're good to go, So is the 3.28. It's 4. There it is. All right, here we go, chat. Wintertide. Nope. All right, Golem. Yes, they nerfed it. Oh, sorry. They nerfed the Golem effect from Elementalist. Did they nerf anything else? They also nerfed Primordial Bond. All right, we're fine. We're good. Okay, Wintertide Elementalist is still great. That's fine. We're good here. Okay. I'm happy with this. This movement buff effect's fine. This getting reduced buff effect, so it's harder to stack. Also fine. Because like the mid game stuff is all still smooth and whatnot. So we're good there. Let's see what else we got. I'll adjust the guide, but I don't need to adjust too much, so I can actually potentially play something else now. Any other golem changes? No mentions of other golems. No shield crush, no shield. Oh, that's just a bug fix for shield throw. So shield crush and shield stuff is just fine. Tornado, not mentioned. Elementalist, we already talked about. It's only the one change, which we'll go over everything a little bit. I'm just doing quick checks, chat. Spectre. No longer has a hidden more elemental damage bonus when converting their physical to elemental. Now scale it more past 20, 30, now 35. Oh, interesting. Okay. Kind of a nerf, I suppose. Cold snap. All right, we're good. All right, let's go to the patch notes in general now. We're actually probably okay. We're not gonna go over this stuff because this is stuff we just watched the whole stream for. We're gonna mostly just skip down to we'll skip past all this stuff. I just want to get to like the ascendancies and the gym changes, and then we'll go back up maybe a little bit. Yeah, let's start where I want to start. Actually, we're gonna start randomly where I want to go. We're gonna go to player changes, I guess. Templar now wakes up in Twilight Strand and more touch of his faith. The starting gym now is Holy Strike, and you get the Hollow support right away. So they changed that. Totem placement speed is now scales with totem speed at which totems emerge. Range spell attack totems now have a base placement speed of it's increased. That's pretty good for Marshall. I don't know if Marshall's watching. Channeling skills such as Tendrils of Escalation and Blight now channel towards enemies from further away using totems. Intelligence now inherently grants increased maximum energy shield per intelligence. Previously, okay, so they nerfed energy shield intelligence stacking a little bit to where you don't get as much ES. You can still get ES, but you don't get as much. All reduced. Place with the percentage of damage can be taken. Some legacy items. Bannerman safe? Hell yeah. Alright, skill gem changes. Holy Slam. The Holy Slam used by minions and now has more area effect. Okay. Absolution of... Pretty much anything that was like a holy kind of a vibe to it is getting a bunch of changes, looks like. Big buff to enemy Guardian of Smiting. Buff to Conch Path of Endurance. And regular one looks like. Looks like buffs so far everywhere that I'm looking that matters. Nerf to Earth Shatter. Less added damage effectiveness. So I'm not sure if that changes your Bannerman thing, Ghazi. Nerf to Energy Blade. They lost the more maximum energy shield thing, and now they should get attack speed, so kind of a nerf. Penis Brand, here we go. Yeah, it's got nerfed quite a bit. So it pulses left often. Pulses had more less. It's a more damage multiplier lessened. But they did buff the quality now to where it does more damage that way. It's actually got a radius increase and a duration increase. Oh, just straight up buff everywhere. Stormbrand was the one people liked a lot. Now deals 3 to 10%. My brain. So it's a higher base, but more damage, and higher added effectiveness. Okay, maybe buff. I don't know the math. A buff to the Holy Relics Nova thing, giving you more regeneration, it looks like. Okay. That's not necessarily saying anything about the Conviction one, the Holy Relic of Conviction, but just a regular one. I didn't play Viper Strike of the Mamba to know if this is a big change. Alright. So yeah, you're right. Awakened gems are removed, by the way. It's only the other ones. Except for Awakened Enlighten, Awakened Enhance, Awakened Empower. So stocks on those gems go up quite a bit for standard players. Okay, so this one's still. I was worried about this when they started doing exceptional stuff. I was wondering if you would still would have if it would lessen the pool of this, but now you just receive randomly one of those instead of any exceptional support gem. Oh, true. So the new exceptionals are called graders, but we already have like greater bulk projectile and greater volley. Or is it that it already exists? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. They combined it into one to where it's just multiple projectile support now instead of being lesser and greater, I guess. They nerfed auto exertion. Mana reservation's more now. They nerfed auto exertion as well. So slammers need a little bit of a nerf. Alright, ascendancy changes. They nerfed the amount of explosion that Chieftain gives, like the damage, but they upped the chance. I wonder if that severely hurts the cast while stunned build or not. Because they didn't rely on that big number to like kill the tougher opponents. Because that's a big damage decrease for that big ignite kind of thing, you know? This is better for a clear, but worse for single target for the chieftains. Hey, Sentinel Radiance is no longer a duration. It's a permanent minion. It has more movement speed. That's cool. You can just keep it forever. The effects of random shrine buffs such as Guardian's Harmony of Purpose notable, or the Golden Charlatan Unique Sword now grant greater shocking, freezing, or skeletal shrines instead of the regular version. So that's a buff, technically. Huh? Oh. This just says ailments now instead of elemental ailments. That's a buff. That removes just all ailments every 4 seconds. That's pretty good. So this pretty much wants to work with like you doing stuff, but also having like minions or allies. So like the skills like Absolution, Dawn Blow. This seems pretty decent for that. This is a buff to 20 from 15 to 25. More 20% more elemental damage than it was before for Avatar of the Wilds. Oh, it's just all damage cannot be reflected now for Assassin instead of only from crits. That's pretty big for people playing trade. Yeah. The way I don't just type random stuff and then open up a bunch of like different little menus. All this is buffs. Buffs. Bloodline changes. Aeol. Oh, that's a buff. So while you have minimum frenzy stuff instead of just none, so you can still use some frenzy charges and stuff, you just only care about your minimum. If you raise your minimum up to your maximum, do you get both? You know? That's interesting too. I was wondering how they're going to fix the graft notable since we don't have grafts anymore. And it looks like you're getting a bunch of added damage as a certain element. That's true. Yeah, if you set your max to 0, it gave both. So yeah, if you just raise your minimum up to where your maximum is, you're golden. How easy is it to get minions on low life, though? For the Katarina thing. You hit Mana Stacker with Breach Lord? Yeah, it's true. Go Archmage. Oh, this is better. It's 4% more per minion now, instead of only 10% or 2% per minion. I mean, you're no longer in stacker then at that point. And also, this Dexterity doesn't give you mana. They nerfed the Spectral Tiger's life, make him squishier. Alright. Oh, convert the lightning over. Got it. Woo! 8 months sub. Oops. Why are you saying oops? Thank you for the sub, bud. I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying your stay at the toy box. I need to close notification real quick. They touch lost unity. That's nice. Oh yeah, I have to look at items eventually too. You're right. That's a buff, right? Yeah, you get 20%, 25% of the life cost instead of 20. That's a buff. I don't even know this guy or ward stuff. I'm not going to read this. That's a you problem. 3% of Mark Swallow loose is actually pretty good. Okay. Another nerf to the evasion intelligence stackers. Alright, let's look at some unique changes. We're into the Benos thing. Hey, descriptions for poison spreading now explicitly stated. Let's go. Oh, a nerf to Blood Notch? That's a pretty big nerf to Blood Notch, actually. I'm not a castball stunned enjoyer, so I don't really use Blood Notch. Bruce Touch got hit. Yeah, it looks like they just, and it's only hit for, so it looks like they're just nerfing the intelligence stackers in general. That's fine. People agreed intelligence stacker was the best of the attribute single stackers. So I'm okay with all these. It nerf for ES Nito? Yeah. It got nerfed for ES. They also got the dexterity, or sorry, the evasion part of Int nerfed with that one mastery, and then they nerfed the accuracy from Shaper's Gloves for Int as well. So the Int stacker that used evasion as well as Shaper's Touch for accuracy all got hit. And then technically, Energy Blade also was hit because it lost its more energy shield from quality and only gets attack speed now. Yeah. This is what I was talking about earlier. I was like, I actually love the crafting part of Path of Exile. I would love more currency to just craft gear instead of finding a good rare dropped gear kind of thing. Like, give me this stuff to make my gear kind of thing. I'll gamble it. It's fine. I don't want to have to pick up like 20 items and hope to get like a cool thing. I want to be able to craft to get there, you know? Heart being deleted too. Yeah, I am interested with the whole heartbeat being deleted thing. I mean, this right here. Exalts and reels will now be comparatively more common. Yeah, Hollow just pointed it out. A bunch of the reflect stuff's changed. It's kind of interesting. You deserve this. If it isn't 100% reflect, doesn't even matter. Yeah. So in situations where, like, let's say I am an elemental spellcaster, or even like an elemental like damage dealer, and I'm immune to elemental reflect. If I shield charge and it has fizz damage, I will die to fizz damage unless I have some kind of reduction. We came up with this issue whenever we were playing our KB Trickster. With weakened elemental damage with attacks, you were immune while using your KB to elemental damage with that specific skill. But if I were to, like, shield charge or anything like that, I would take a shit ton of damage, kind of thing. Same thing with like Fizz and all that. It's like a 10 instead of 9. I love that change. Yeah. So in some instances, not making 100% does matter. And the fact that like some things like this, where it's like 60% now instead of 40, I mean, it means you just need 40% more from somewhere, which is pretty easy to get from Yugle kind of thing. So like this one of these rings plus Yugle makes you immune to elemental damage, or immune to deflect. We got new notables that we don't know what they do. Do they list the other rune graphs? I didn't even know this could be used on corrupted items before. That's kind of interesting. None of these are the one that I was looking for. Ugh, that's upsetting. Unless they just renamed it. But this was in the files. But it's where your offhand treats enemy resistances as inverted. Huge for LE converted like shield skills. Unfortunately, the name doesn't match any of the ones that are here. So unless one of these end up just being it, they change the name. Kind of a vibe. Get more bump. We also have a new port, which we don't know what it does yet. Farmers were being paid too much before. I agree. I don't use mappers, so I don't care. Hey, this gets a nightmare map now? That's kind of cool. Somewhat of a nerf, probably. It depends on how much experience is needed to level up the exceptional gems. And I imagine the exceptional gems, they all cap at 3. They must be able to be corrupted to 4, I would imagine. This is an interesting one. High level, high quality. Does that mean it's going to be like over level, over quality? The stuff in these notes is insane, golly. Those are words. Ooh. Alright, fair enough. I like that they're kind of moving it to where you can't just get everything from multiple different sources, and you're kind of forced to play in a certain mechanic. So that's stuff in the notes, like what? Isn't there like a castwall stun build that uses block? Like it's like a gladiator castwall stun build that uses block? Get bricked on. Get bricked on. Oh, here we go. Actually, I missed this part. Bye, engineering orbs. So it looks like there's no mention of like the shards outside of like this right here and then this down here. So I'm assuming like fracturing shards and stuff doesn't drop anymore. It's just going to be fracturing orbs. Also means that it's harder to come by mirror shards outside of the cards. Huh. Okay. Did I miss anything else from on here? Oh, I missed like a lot of the stuff. Oh, right. I skipped over this to go to the player stuff. Okay, we'll start at the top and I'll skim through stuff real quick. If you have something that you want to point out or talk about, feel free to say it. Before my brain explodes. Oh yeah, the fracture thing. Yeah, they showed that on stream, and I was like, oh my god, fractured veil modifiers, chat. That's insane. That's pretty good, yeah. There's some pretty good fracture modifiers, or some veil modifiers that would be amazing as fractures. But I'm not a big syndicate farmer, so I don't know if someone else in the league is gonna be doing it primarily or not, but might be. Oh, yeah, where do we see? Does it show the new ascendancy in here? Or are they just waiting to tease the whole thing later? Like, is Reliquarian skills in here? They don't have all the passes revealed yet. Okay, we'll probably get that as a teaser like next week or something like that. So these skills won't be professional flame jewels, but you can still get the professional flame jewels from the original Scion. Obviously not private league, but just in general. Or the belt passive node? What belt passive node? Oh, on Real Aquarian's thing? Yeah, one of them is going to definitely be Mage Blood, chat. Trust. One's going to be Headhunter, one's going to be Mage Blood. Easy peasy. I mean, this will work really well, by the way, the Holy Strike thing. similar with the new Guardian node that requires like other things to hit it to explode it. Yeah, the auto exert nerf and overexertion also got nerfed. So slammers got nerfed a little bit. Still probably fine. Oh, they have a lot of trans gyms in here. I didn't see that before. All right, look at trans gyms. Hell yeah. Where I saw this one on the thing. Static strike of gathering lightning. Attack with a melee weapon, gaining a gathering lightning buff for a short duration if you hit the enemy. While you have gathering lightning, attacks with this skill will cause chaining beams of lightning, which chain further the more gathering lightning you have. Yeah, I mean, we need like the gym information. This is just like kind of cool, like to get the ideas of what's happening. Doesn't give us like damage numbers or effectiveness or anything like that. Charge dash of projection. I'm not even gonna read this. That's a meme. I'm out of here. Length of trap of stability. They already have a Kinetic Fusillade one. Detonation. There's a ring of lightning around you, then followed by a larger ring nova. Each effect hits the enemy caught in the area with lightning damage. This then repeats with each repeat offset from the previous direction of your target. My brain don't process that well. Nova Prolif, got it. Yeah, none of these are skills that I really initially care about. I mean, I might eventually look and see something cool, but to see like actual numbers and stuff, I don't want to look too much into it. But I don't really care for any of these initial skills. There's no Wintertide in here. Taunt ground from a Warcry? That's not bad. What does Excommunicate do? See you, Fisk. Interesting. I wonder what these do. All right, chat. My brain is starting to hurt a little bit from looking at all the words. We're probably gonna. Oh no, Sphinx. We're probably gonna wrap up soon, and try to process this while my brain isn't hurting. 07. What's up, Sphinx? Sphinx, did you watch? We're gonna wrap up, Tyler. Did you watch the live stream reveal? Ask you about tomorrow. All right. Yeah. So tomorrow, no, been working. Here. This is the main page. You can kind of click through stuff and watch it. But tomorrow we're going to start our league start testing. Wintertide Elementalist is fine. I'll probably keep the guide the way it is, and just like make the notes of like we lost 50% buff effect kind of thing, which should be mostly okay. So I'm going to probably play something that's not Wintertide for the first league and like a couple leagues, and test some new stuff out. So tomorrow we'll be testing out some stuff, mostly leveling and seeing how I feel about certain stuff through the campaign to try to see if I want to do like, tornado stuff, if I want to do minion stuff, if I want to do some other weird things. So tomorrow's stream, when we start up, we'll be doing some weird POE1 testing and talking about the patch. So bring your ideas, all that kind of stuff. If you're part of the Discord, make sure you're in there having conversations tonight about kind of like what you liked about the patch so far, or like what you're kind of worried about, or just, information in general. I would love to hear your ideas on like what you're interested in trying out or what might be cool, and all that kind of stuff. So please join the Discord if you're into that. Also, as a reminder, we are going to be starting in a private league on league launch. So if you're interested in joining that private league, there is a sign up sheet in the thing for you to be able to go over and all that kind of stuff. So please sign up to let us know that you need a spot. So when we make the league, we make sure to buy enough initial slots, and then we'll do all the other stuff. So all that information and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we were going to end a little bit earlier today, just because like I said, it's a lot of information to process and everything. And then we're going to start the grind tomorrow. But thank you guys for hanging out to me today. I appreciate it a lot. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day, your night, your evening, no matter where you are in the world. And I'll catch you guys next time. Bye, chat. Bye, Merc.